Body ball. Booby ball. Alright, first time for the scratch tickets. What was it? Nocturne of Heroes collaboration event. Okay. Oh, there's an event going on. Okay, let's do the event first. Hold on. Where's the gatekeeper? Take the leap. I'm taking the leap. Let's go. Whee! Oh! Not even close. I'll do it. Just don't know if I'm missing any. Huh? Hello? Oh! I'm too far. Oh, some fell. Ah! There's one. They got all? Oh, baby. Easy. And that's how you do it. Alright. Time for some scratch tickets. Let's go. Oh. Oh. That is 12. Ever. Okay, okay. Take that. Trash. Again, 1,000, okay. Oh. Alright. Could have been worse, but could have been also a lot better. Bum 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 bum. Alright. We are going the main story quest. The stage is set and the players are assembled. Eosia has come at last to drive the invaders from her lands. What would grandfather say if he were with us here today? I don't know. For all our other accomplishments, Qual remains in the hands of our enemy, and I find myself wondering if I could have done more. Though we know now that she was taken to the city, we have found nothing which might tell us where she is being held. You know, you could ask me. Banquet, what have you learned? I shall spare you the particulars of my infiltration and simply state that I have seen her with my own eyes. She is being held within the residential district south of the city proper. I tracked her to the ruins of an old temple of the Fist of Walgar, within which the Imperials have constructed a research facility. A research facility? What manner of research? Why, methods to imbue Guardians with the power to manipulate ether. In pursuit of which goal the scientists have, I am sorry to report, performed many questionable experiments on living subjects. What? Calm down, Athena. We've already been tasked with securing the Alamegan quarter. This just gives us a reason to do it faster. I entered and exited the facility by stowing aboard Imperial transports, but that method is not suitable for a larger force. And it goes without saying that a direct assault on the rather substantial main gates would be ill-advised. I think I might know someone who can help. One of my men, he had an idea about how to get into the city. Actually, it might be best if I let him explain it himself. Been a while. I'll not take offense if you don't remember. Might even be glad of it. Alagana, am I right? Aye, Viscar's the name. I was raised in the peaks, but my mom grew up in the city. Anyway, I reckon we can get inside the Alamegan quarter by way of Lock Cell. What? How? It was a story my mom told me which made me think of it. She was always going on about what life was like when she was a girl. See how they used to have to boil the water from the well before they could drink it since it was full of salt. They were drawing salt water from the locks, which means that there must be an underwater tunnel or something. Aye, that's it. But it won't be as simple as going for a swim. The well was closed. See? Apparently Theodoric decided one day he wanted to control the water supply and forbade water trading. Even if you come up through it, you'll find yourself on the wrong side of the lock gate. At the time, my grandfather, being an enterprising sort, befriended the guard and lifted the key from his belt. He made a copy and carried on selling water until the Imperials invaded, and he ended up walking at the saltery. In short, we need your grandfather's key, assuming he still has it. I'm certain he does, and I can take you to him, but it'd be dangerous. Don't you worry about that, we're used to dangerous. Nago and Auenwald will assemble a squadron while the rest of us go and get the key. Okay. Not waste any more time, shall we? My mom said Granddad kept the key with him at all times as a lucky charm. If he hasn't got it, then, well, then we'll cross the bridge when we come to it. Ready, Zora? We may have to deal with a few Imperials patrols or worse. No problem. We're here, but this isn't right. Where's everyone? Word of the Alliance advance has surely reached their ears. Mayhap they sought to refuge elsewhere. Let's search. Water filled to the brim of salt from the logs. Well, it appears to have recently been filled with fish packed in salt. Someone was hard at work less than a week ago. Lumber appears to have lain undisturbed for some time. The crumbling masonry appears to have lain undisturbed for some time. Weird device. Magic device suddenly springs of life, flashing brightly and emitting a shrill sound. Sorry guys, that might have been me.
Ready?
Okay, I'm ready.
Away with you!
Got ya.
Oh, then where were we? Ah, yes, looking for clues as to the whereabouts of the something. Tattered diary. In the wake of the ambush, you find a diary belonging to a laborer. The last entry makes mention of a plan to take shelter in the Salem monastery. Not after that ambush, you won't. Dangerous soon. I'm ready to go. Follow me? Where am I supposed to go? Head for the monastery. Where's the monastery? What? The Sally Monastery. I don't know what the Sally Monastery is. Let's go there as an enemy. Looks right. Oh, there. Go that way. Guys, I don't know where to go, I'm sorry. Something tall, dark and imperial appears to be blocking the entrance. I don't think there's a way around. Won't be getting out. Okay. Okay. This is it. There's the monastery. They have been around here somewhere. What? It's me, Whisker, your grandson. Whisker? Barwaga, is that really you? Oh, it's good to see you alive and well, lad. But who are these other ones? The Resistance, Granddad. My comrades in arms. Give me the key. She told you all about my thumbing, about me thumbing my nose at the Mad King, did she? Death thoughts never caught me neither. Wasn't much, but it was my way of rebelling against this rule. Glad to see you got higher aspirations. Yeah, make your family proud. I will, I swear. Waga is my witness. He's pumped. I was worried when he wasn't at the Saltry, but we found him in the end. Now that we've got the key, it's time to find that underwater tunnel. We need to dive into the logs and look for a tunnel leading beneath the residential district. It should be no problem for Zura and me, thanks to the Kojin's blessing, but for the rest of you, I will have you know that I can hold my breath for 10 minutes. I think it best that I support Managua and Arenwald's unit. Alright, you can't swim. I am aware of that, thank you, but it is neither here nor there, given that I lack both the Kojin's blessing and Thancred's preternatural lung capacity. Right, of course, I didn't mean anything by it, nothing at all. So, Zurai, Thancred and me, let's head to the water's edge. Afana and Whisker can rejoin the others and wait outside the gates for us to let them in. Oh, now there are 2 blue quests, are you kidding me? Ah, adventure, I need your aid in saving the souls of the dead. Pray excuse me, that sounded more dramatic than I intended. My name is Betha, by the way. You have probably heard of the Empire took great pains to squash the religions of this land for fear of the appearance of primals, but the Imperials even went so far as to forbid the harmless ceremonies folk performed to honor their fallen. As a result, the logs are now haunted by a host of restless shades who were denied the last rites. And sadly, brute force is the only way to banish them. Spend such spare time as I have sending these spirits to the next world, but there's only so much one woman can do. Any aid you could offer would be greatly appreciated. You will find many and unquiet spectre roaming the tombs to the northeast. Pray send them on their final rest. No problem. Lieutenant Zhu, you are well known for the deeds as a soldier. On this day, however, I would call upon your broader experience as an adventurer. As for the situation at hand, it would seem that part of our patrol route has been claimed as territory by a fearsome zoo nestling. Yet we cannot simply choose to circumvent the area, lest we risk providing an unobserved entry point of Imperial scouts. I meant that I would gladly go toe-to-toe with any military opponent, but nothing in our training has prepared us to combat a foe which can soar through the ravines and swoop down upon us with impunity. My corpsman here almost lost his arm to such an attack, and I fear it is only a matter of time ere the creature makes a kill, unless you kill it first. The nesting surveys its domain from a narrow pillar of rock to the northeast, where I find this predator and end the threat to our patrols. I'm a traveler. I don't know. Oh no, thank you. I wanna explore the thingies here quickly. Quite the castle they got going there. What's the command again? Oh, control wall as base. Am I doing the right thing? Hope so. Wait, I think I'm doing something wrong here, hold on. I think Lise is probably waiting here somewhere and then we're gonna jump down. Maybe. Right, can use the chocobo. This looks like a good. This looks like a good a place as any. You dive into the briny deep. Oh fucking! What danger? We are here. What are you doing here? Master F informed me of your plan, and thus did I hasten to your side. When Mistress Alize unfolded to me the tale of her defeat, I was much intrigued by the apparent ease with which Fodula and their theretofore unexceptional warrior fight my lady's every attempt to do her harm. After some few days of deliberation, I subsequently contrived what I believed to be the solution to the problem for a preternatural prescience. It was in hopes of furnishing you with the fruits of my labor that I came. Wait, isn't that Monbridas? A FFXIV formed the basis for my design. Should my hypothesis prove correct, you need but activate it in her presence. Saying more would endanger the plan, for ignorance is your shield. It was Monbrida's time. It was Monbrida's time. It is not yours, my friends. May you ever walk in the light of the crystal and return. We will. Thank you for you and for her. Alright, I'm going in. Follow me. Oh, we're supposed to go down. Nope. The sun leads east. Thankful's already gone ahead. Let's not keep him waiting. We infiltrated. Base. Oh. Random. Yeah, that was fun. Yes, tremendous fun. Who needs a beastman's blessing anyway? I still can't believe you managed to hold your breath the entire time. It felt like we went down there for hours. Anyway, it's time we let our friends in. Once we head up these stairs, we'll need to make our way to the main gates, which are somewhere to the west of here. Forgive me for stating the obvious, but it bears repeating that until we open the gates, we three are on our own. It would be our best interest to avoid guards and easily startled small folk. Obviously, but once our guests have arrived, we'll be free to head towards the research facility where trials being held as loudly as we like. Since you've been here before, will you lead the way? Of course, but I will move quickly, so see that you do not fall behind. Nothing left to say then, let's get to it. I'm ready. Follow my lead, stay close and quiet. Wait, patrol! Let them pass. All clear, wait. Entry, get to the cover and I will deal with him. Cover. Damn. Big crit. Thankfully, this is out of control. What? So I look for a lever on the winch. Oh, there. Friends are ready and eager to engage the Imperials. Then let us leave them to it and head for the facility. Surgeons here. Don't you allow them. Yeah. You know we're coming. Make ready, my friends. I'm ready. The showing gun once again. I reckon you lot would come, but I didn't think you would have the nerve to break the bloody doors down. Makes no difference to me, though. Time to die. She has a showing gun and a Kaioken. Use the etheric siphon to weaken Fedora and defeat her in battle.
I can read your every move! Out of my way! I'll cut you to pieces! How could I lose?
You better kill her this time. Plan B.
Let's finish this!
Yeah, come on.
If only you knew the power!
Cheat stab is always ready. Really complete. Not here. Not now. Not to you. Hey, Stormblood. Thank you. Oh. Nice.
No. Not after everything. I cannot lose. I will not!
Oh. My bad.
Oh, but you will! Without your tricks, you're nothing! Conrad, Mefrid, your own comrades! I should kill you here and now for what you did! But there's no place for that kind of justice here. Not in my Alamigo.
Oh, how very bloody noble of you. Why, you'll pardon me my sins, will you? After you and your freedom fighters come and tear down everything we've worked so hard to build? We were fighting for our people's freedom.
Oh. Bam.
You're slaves to a tyrant! There's no freedom in that!
Now, my friend!
Beep boop 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 beep boop. Because I know the password. I command win.
Croyle!
Alphino? I knew you'd come.
Boss, what did you think?
Touching as this moment is, it will have to wait. We should rejoin the main force at once. Lise!
I'm taking her back with us, alive. She's going to answer for what she's done.
Listen to you, talking like you've already won. Xenos is gonna tear you apart. He commands a power, echoing that of the Icons.
Well, we have an icon
What are you
slayer.
talking about?
The hunt, you stupid cow. I'm talking about the hunt. He said you'd come. And here you are, his willing prey. You and your friends are dead. Just like mine. And all our misery, all our sacrifice, it was all for naught!
No! You're gonna live long enough to see us win our freedom. I promise you that.
May I live 1,000 years.
Interrogations can wait. Let us be off.
Let us be off. I don't like the Thanquid voice actor. Fuck him. The other one was better. Hold on. My feet are cold. I have to put on my house shoes. Warm feet. Nice. What a relief to have finally found her. Thought our greatest challenge yet lies ahead of us on the eve of this final battle. I find myself overcome with joy. We could not have saved her without everyone's help. Thanquid, Lise, Oriander, and of course you. But yes, there's still much and more to be done. I should be very interested to learn the meaning of Fordola's ominous words, for one. Scion, whoa, ooh, whip. Oh shit. Oh shit. Lise is gone to deliver Fordola into the custody of the Alliance, leaving Monago and a man to hold the residential district and stand ready. Once the Alliance has breached the main gates and commenced their assault, the Resistance forces will push to the entrance here and join the fray. In that case, I will remain here. My search for Quirrell took me into the city proper, and my familiarity with the defense may prove useful to the Resistance. Understood. I shall instruct Ironwald and his unit to render support as well. They were tasked with securing the Aetheryte as I recall, with me, Zoe. The southwest, right here. The northwest, up there somewhere. I assume. Question is, how do we get up there? Ah, there. Go, fat chocobo! Show me the way! Maybe we can go on this wall somehow? Oh, or maybe here, hold on. This is gonna be it. Ah, there. God, Kyle, it's so good to see you. I feared the worst. It wasn't your fault. You saved me, all of you. Thank you. We'll be departing shortly for Pretoria to rejoin the main host. Auenwald, I would have your unit remain here with Thancred, that you might support the resistance troops in the coming battle. Understood. We won't let you down. I trust you will refrain from doing anything I would not. We are both far too young to die. Right. No noble sacrifices, got it. Alright, Kyle, let us be off then. Let's actually walk back if we can. I kind of wanna get the thingies, the ether thingies. Yes, the ether thing. To the southwest, probably down there, I hope. Oh, that was so close. Oh my god, don't kill me, please. That was almost a big mistake. Oh. You quickly regenerate. Is there anything you get from slaying like bee elites? Side achievements. Din, din, din. Another one bites dust. The northwest. Adding an item duel for a book of curses. Who wants to join? Atats wants to join. But will Atats be the only participant? Or is gonna someone come in clutch? Oh damn, this is another one of those where we have to go all the way around. Yeah, we go from here, I think, from the Saltery, maybe? That's possible, or we have to come here from the Firkins. Tumbler coming in clutch. And Atats one book of curses. Congratulations. The southwest. That's probably there. To the north. Evnolad Arms is probably around here, so it's probably faster to just teleport. Alright, well, what's the news?
Ah, the heroes of the hour. Not content with securing the residential district, you gifted me an Imperial commander. What are you after, a medal?
The work is its own reward, General. I must say, however, that Fordola's claims were not a little disturbing. What manner of power could Xenos have acquired that might equal an icon?
Might she speak of our missing Omega?
Very possibly. The Empire's fondness for comparable Allagan technologies is exceedingly well documented. Have we made any progress with our own investigation?
None. The search goes on in earnest, but Sid has thus far found nothing of note. Mayhap the Garleans beat us to it. If they were working desperately to repair the machine, that might explain their decision to remain within their walls.
Oh my god.
Ah, Lise. I trust you surrendered Fordola into custody without incident. We were just discussing the pilot's claims.
About Xenos and his newfound powers. She hasn't said a word on the subject since we rescued Kryl, even when the interrogator asked nicely.
Mayhap I can offer some insight into her claims, or at least into the facility and the experiments they conducted during my time there. Though my memories of the period are somewhat muddled, there are a few things I remember with painful clarity.
Thancred told us only that Fordola had undergone some manner of treatment.
Yes. It is a place wholly dedicated to the creation of enhanced beings, whom they refer to as the Resonant. As I understand it, the process aims to imbue a test subject with the qualities of an individual with demonstrated magical aptitude. This entails the mechanical extraction and transfusion of some manner of primordial essence.
So that's how Fordola improved so fast. I knew there had to be something. She wasn't half as strong or quick to predict my attacks when we first met. If it weren't for Oriange's siphon thingy, I really don't think we'd have beaten her.
My humble scheme asked far more in the execution than it required in the conception, I do assure thee.
Oh, you have got to stop doing that.
In calling upon Lady Alisaie after her defeat, I was most intrigued to learn of the apparent effortlessness with which Fordola countered her attacks. 'Twas as if she knew the blade's destination ere its journey began. Most impressive feat under any circumstances, but an almost miraculous one when considered in the context of Fordola's unfamiliarity with my lady's arts. How then could she so perfectly predict an unknown opponent's every move? After much deliberation, I surmised that Fordola may be possessed of a preternatural ability to divine meaning from the fluctuations of an individual's ether and to instinctively react. To employ a metaphor, one might say that she was attuned to the whispers of my Lady Alisaie's soul.
Wait, have you not just described a manifestation of the Echo?
I had no conclusive proof. The available anecdotal evidence suggested only that Fordola was uncommonly sensitive to etheric fluctuations, and 'twas this which led me to develop my stratagem. I would fashion a device with the capacity to generate a massive disruption in the surrounding ether. If, as I suspected, Fordola's senses were indeed questing for the most minor of oscillations, The shock of exposure to a more amplitudinous etheric waveform would be akin to a debilitating bout of ether sickness.
I've had.
How ingenious. I note that the success of your plan hinged on your device's wielder remaining ignorant of its purpose, lest Fordola divine your intent.
Indeed so, Master Alphino. All things considered, 'twas a most fortuitous outcome.
That's putting it mildly. In any event, if Urianger is correct, that would mean these Resonant have been granted the power of the Echo via artificial means. A sobering thought, to say the least, and one which makes me wonder what else Xenos has in store.
Whatever the Viceroy's newfound powers, I know of none better equipped to face him. And face him you must. For there is now but one path forward, and it leads straight to Alamigo.
And it's not as if we came unprepared. We've got all our friends and allies fighting for the same thing. Honestly, right now, I feel like we could take on anyone and win. And I mean anyone.
Oh, we're gonna get our ass kicked so badly, dude, if they already talk like that. Victory is as good as ours. Nevertheless, let us proceed with all due caution. Yep.
Well, no one's saying we shouldn't be cautious. Though maybe I was getting a bit carried away.
Yeah. Cool at least, okay?
Right. I'd best get back to the residential district. Thancred and the Resistance forces are waiting.
It is time we join the main host. Kryl, in light of your recent ordeal, might I suggest that you remain with the rearguard for now?
Oh, if you insist. Just this once.
Alright. My General, is there aught Zora and I can do to assist with final preparations? I'm glad you asked. Pippin informed me moments ago that all forces are in position and that we are ready to commence the assault. Naught remains but to notify the Alliance commanders. If no objections, I should be glad to have you do the honors, Lieutenant. You were instrumental to the success of Operation Archon. You helped bring an end to the Dragonsong War. You are a hero to the people and a symbol of hope. Some might judge it an empty gesture, or worse, a waste of your talents, but I know it would mean much to everyone here. Alright, it's time to hype the people up once again. Yeah, Emmerich, let's go. Ha! That you should be the one to bring me word. By the Fury, it is good to see you, my friend. You, who stood with us in our direst hour, will ever be an inspiration to my countrymen, and to me. Though Ishgard's debt can never be repaid, it is my hope that our deeds this day shall go some small way to redressing the balance. Maybe. All is ready? Very well. Though many will fall in the coming battle, how many more shall know liberty for the sacrifice? There is a time for peace and a time for war. Even the matron understands this. We, who have received of hers and her elemental's blessing, go now to stand for Eosa and her children. It is time then. Though this is not my theater of choice, we will play our part. Our cannons cannot either way. That battery has sunk enough ships to fill a fleet. It is not like to be bested by a gate. It is done then. Thank you, Lieutenant, for humoring in an old bull. Maelstrom, Ada, and Ishgardian forces are in position, General. Resistance forces in the Alamigan quarter are ready to await our signal. Not left to do but the deed itself. Ba ba beep boop beep ba. Right then, I must go to my man. I shall be leading the first charge to the breach. Then we shall head to the front. Pippin has command of our artillery outside the gate. He will not be hard to find. Ah, but before you go, I have a final favor to ask. What is it? Give this to my son. He will understand. Oh no, don't give him some memento. That means you're gonna die, bro. That's how it works. More blue quests. Lieutenant Zuzu, I presume. I spoke with members of the science, and if may be so bold as to ask, is it true that you learned some Far Eastern technique for moving underwater as freely as a fish? That is true. Then it was not an exaggeration. Incredible. Would you be willing to put that ability to use for us? If so, I have an agent stationed underneath those towering steps by the lock who would dearly love to speak with you. Yuzui, aren't you? The famous soldier and adventurer. Might be that I'm asking above my station, but I could use your help with a bit of a problem. I've been tasked with wounding up a couple of nasty wavekin, and I have to admit that the fact that they're too much for me to handle. For a hero like you, however, I suspect they'd be not more than a spot of light exercise before dinner. Have you seen those monstrous jabbies crawling about south of the White Isle? I have some large hemp sacks you can use to drag them back here. Just be sure to tire them out a bit beforehand. Any fight left in them and they'll whip right through the sack with those spiky tails of theirs. So are we gonna do like a little what is it called? Little arc here, like boop boop boop. Then doot doot. Yeah. Oh wait, could be one actually close here somewhere. So please, let's get that one. Yep. Northwest. Damn. Boss. How do we get up there? By going around this way. Oh my god, this is pissing me off, chat. They really put them in this area in the most obnoxious places they could. To the north. Probably gonna be like on top of this thing here again or something. So I'm gonna walk up here and then go north. Preemptively. Guys chilling on a fucking motorbike. Oh. I guess I was wrong. Guess it's gonna be... Northeast, it's gonna be somewhere here. Don't cuck me again. Wow, a normal one. Unbelievable. Wrong quest then. That's the next ether thingy. To the southeast. Well, we first have to go there, and we get there by going to this, maybe? If I can? No, I can't. It's the exit. Ah. Oh. I don't know if that was intended, but... Fuck. Died. Okay. Oh. Somewhere. Good here as well. Now we can head back to the south. There's a thing here. Nope. No? What? Why is this one not working? There has to be another condition met. We have arrived at the Vista. Different emote if I remember. Oh, really? There's another emote? Oh, I probably have to look into the log for that, huh? Can find the one. Haven't saw it. Stormblood. Oh, this is not what is it called? Roaming the majestic logs, I came upon a spectacular vantage point. As I looked out at the breathtaking, I knew that I wished to share with all the world. I came upon what's his name? Oh wait, there's more. Wait. I came upon a special advantage with a breathtaking reason and inspired me to pray. Oh. They're all the same. They're somewhat commonly used. Oh, okay. How are you supposed to know, like... Wait, was it... 19? I mean, an alter fashion in the form of... just... Oh, to prayer. Ah, okay. That is... My bad. Didn't see that this, it is, worded differently. Oh, found is there. The southeast. Ah, Lieutenant Dorothy said you might be on your way. Ready to get your boots wet, are you? I should probably begin from the beginning. One of the soldiers we captured during the Battle of Castro Mabania was concealing a map on his person. The map was marked with a curious symbol, but no matter how hard we cajoled or threatened, the prisoner would not tell us the symbol's significance. This naturally piqued my curiosity of our commanders. They immediately ordered a search of the marked area. Now the problem is that the area mostly covers the water and we found nothing of interest up above, meaning the secret, whatever it is, must be down below. We were eager indeed to enlist someone with your apparent talent for underwater exploration. I've circled the spot on your map that we'd like to investigate. If it turns out to be something you can bring back, pray to do so. Be careful down there. Nothing easier than that, my friend. Creep. I find it fascinating how deep you can or how deep they structured the underwater stuff. Like it's not like, you know, like 5 meters down. No, it's like a whole deal. Pretty cool. Anything of interest? Check this out. This looks like an Imperial material crate. I doubt anyone would bother sinking ordinary supplies, so I say we take a look inside. Oh, it's breath. This thing is filled to the brim with gems and jewelry. From what I can tell, these all seem to be of Guiabana design. In fact, I'd say this collection is of damn near royal quality. The bottom of a lock is not where I choose to keep such valuables, so it's safe to assume they were acquired in a less than honest fashion. Our prisoner likely hoped to hide them down there until his stint in the army was over. Rebuilding a country is an expensive job, eh? Alamigo's royal family is no more, but we should return these to her citizens nonetheless. Thank you for braving those waters, Lieutenant Zulu. Pray report to Lieutenant Dorothy, and I'll see that this crate is transported safely back to the headquarters. Alright. one more thing, and then we like finished all the thingies. The southeast. Kinda doubt we have access to that yet. Let's see. Only 2 left. Good, we're almost done. They eat. Oh, that's where the quest is. We're gonna do that once we have to go there actually. Oh, we start slicing up here. Oh, wait. We have to... There we go. Almost forgot. Oh, that's a rare mob. A rare event. I doubt I can solo that again. Whatever. Okay, I guess we can do the quest now. I hope it's gonna be up there, otherwise I'm sad. I should check. Shit, I can't. My thick boy is too thick. Okay, up there. Up there. Was I went up the wrong side? Classic Zurai. North. Would seem our position here is secure. Lieutenant Alphano, what is you've got there? The sword, damn. By the Trev, this is Tizona. Bull of Alamigo's legendary sword forged from 2 cursed blades. Sword is a symbol of everything my father fought to achieve, a weapon claimed on the blood sands. And with it forged in glory, its flames consume the unworthy, but the fire was he reborn. By fire was he reborn. That he would bequeath it to me now, to carry on his legacy. Well, I shall endeavor to deserve it, but I'll be damned if this is the final battle. This final battle. Once we begin, there will be no respite until it's over. Are you ready, my friends? Very well, brace yourselves. This should be quite the spectacle. Vice Marshal, Imperial unit approaching from the north. Aiming to destroy our artillery, are they? How many? Total numbers unconfirmed. At least one squadron. But sir, they are wolfmen. Alright, Domite. Bloody hells, that's all we need. Call up the Bloodsworn. Tell them to make ready. Marshal Terrapin, wait. These wolfmen of whom you speak hail from Doma. They were coerced into fighting for the Empire, spirited away to a foreign land and told that if they disobeyed, the lives of their kin would be forfeit. But their homeland has been liberated, and they have no reason to continue serving the Imperial Masters. Ere you engage them in battle, I beseech you, grant us a moment to go and attempt to convince them to lay down their arms. I'm loath to give our enemy more time to prepare, but if there is a chance that this conflict might be avoided, I suppose we must take it. Go then, but be quick. Be well, Vice Marshal. With me, Zoe. Weeping Edil. We will wait here for the Lupin to arrive. See yourself, my friend, though I hope to resolve this with... if you're okay. Come, Zoe. You, clear the road. Honorable warriors of Doma, my name is Alphano Levier, and I come before you with news of great import. Silence, boy, you stand upon the battlefield, be gone or be cut down. Doma is free. Lord Hien has returned and driven Yutsuyu and the Imperials from your lands. We were there, we helped them. There's no need for you to fight for Xenos. Lord Hien is dead, and you are a liar. What could a boy such as you do against Magitech? Throw stones and spit curses? Invoke my lord's name again at your peril. We will suffer no falsehoods. I speak only the truth. Put up your weapons, I beg of you. Let us speak as friends and not shed blood in vain. If your claims were true, we would gladly sheath our blades and embrace as brothers. But since they must surely be false, we would be traitors to accept our lives and those of our loved ones forfeit. Words are air. You will prove the truth of your tale on the battlefield or die in dishonor. Where's Lord Hien when you need him? Shit.
For the House of Leveilleur!
Yeah. Such power, such power, such power.
Focus. Release!
You are no strangers to battle, that much is plain. I'm the White, I am Haku, and I will be your opponent. Have at you. White Fang. And I fucked up. Oh shit, that's so much
Pull
cooler.
yourself together!
Oh, it's getting out of control.
So it comes to this!
Moonstone Kabamko. Come. Kill him. Enough. You're every bit the warriors you claim to be. That's right. Fought with honor and restraint. You could have killed my man, and perhaps even me, but you did not. For this, I thank you. Warriors, brave and true, I pray you tell us of the Battle of Doma's liberation. We should be glad to do so. But here in return, such joy this new brings us. But for Lord Kusetsu to perish in the keep's collapse, to be taken from us by such treachery, there is no justice. Eyes forward, Hakui, he wished for no better death. He knew him well, aye, he would not suffer us to mourn with so much undone, and so we will not. Duty comes before all. All Lupin shall know of Doma's liberation, and of your part in it. When you breach the gates, we shall turn on the Imperials as one. With fang and claws shall we whip open the throats of our masters. This the White swears. Thank you. When our war is ended, I am certain that your Lord will help us to return you all to Doma. Such a curious thing, Destiny, to see us meet with friends of Lord Hien in this distant corner of the world. But we shall not keep you. Your day is not yet done. Come, let us keep our concentrating. We have a nation to liberate.
Ah, you are returned. Were your negotiations with the Wolfmen successful?
Aye.
The one they called the White was receptive to our words once we told him of Doma's liberation. They withdrew behind the walls to inform their brethren. If the gods are good, no blood shall be shed between our peoples this day.
Hear, hear. Now, I think it's time we did something about those gates. Thaumaturges, forward! Give me hellfire! Give me Ifrit's bloody inferno!
Oh shit.
Now give me a Curthan winter! Enough ice and snow to bury a behemoth! All cannons! Fire at will! Let no man say we neglected to knock! Damn that armor! We nearly had it!
Oh, there he is. Let's go! My man.
Is that...
Bear witness, my Eorzean brothers and sisters! Doma is come to pay her debts!
Lord Hien!
We will deal with the flying machines! Forward, my friends! For freedom and justice!
You heard the man! All cannons resume firing!
We're through. The way is clear.
impeccable timing, those Stormens. Come, Commons, the enemy gate is down. Forward. Store. Ooh. Title drop. Battle of Alamigo is at hand. All forces have been ordered to advance into the city proper. Trust your unit of elite adventurers is ready, Lieutenant. Excellent. Your objective is to make haste for the castle and kill Xenos, yea, Galvus. Any questions? Of course not. Now go and get that bastard. Let's fucking go, dude! Alamigo now accessible. Oh, dungeon? Thought it would be a trial. Alright. In the meanwhile, I can turn in my... We still have to like find one thingy. Go ahead and do that. Oh. Oh, it's up there. Fuck. Alright, that was the last one, I think. Yeah, now we can turn in the quest quickly. I have to piss, actually. I'll be right back. I find it weird that you cannot like whisper while in a dungeon. I wonder why that is. The reason? Someone can explain? the technology is not there. Shit, it's from Final Fantasy VII. Scorpion. Let's go. Electromagnetic field. there's more coming. Treasure come. Alos Mal Azina. Oh, that's the doctor. Oh shit. What a fire.
I shall have to share these findings.
Doctor.
Initiate soul extraction.
Ein check.
Ha! Success.
I guess we have to make it back to our body.
The soul rebels. My word, this data!
Sad gag. I have to interrupt this or something. Order of charge. Order of fire. Fuck. Oh, I'm capped out on tombstones. Stop me! What the hell? How have you been? Oh, I have to destroy this. Also, thank you for the compliment. Big dig damage. Make it out in time. Sorry guys. Alright. Damage. Oh no, I got my push shit in. Push my shit pushed in. I mean. Alright. There he is. Come back, Mickey. Alright. Weak.
Yeah. Rend.
Maybe we should not stay in there.
Kill.
That hurt.
Yeah. Rend.
Art of Swell. Damn, I charged right back. That's right. Art of Swords. Yes. I have to check how it actually ends. Damn.
Kill. Yeah. Let this moment last forever.
Yeah, that nice move.
Kill.
Oh, hear me! I'm dying! Oh!
Weak.
Out of swords. Okay, I know what to do. Gonna one with it. Doesn't do any damage. Treativity. I don't know if we can do anything about it.
Rend.
Out of storms.
This is the end.
Oh no, wait, no, it's actually just aiming. Okay.
Kill. Yeah. Yeah. Show me your role. Yes, yes, just so.
Probably focus them. Come on.
More!
Lost a soldier.
Yes! Yes! Just so! More! Have you the strength? The power to transcend. Yeah.
Fuck 'em up!
Yeah.
Just people left? What the hell? And I give the Dragoon like, because he did like the cool back jump. It looked amazing. There he is. Alright, it's time to fuck him up.
Yes! Yes! Such ferocity. Such tenacity. I am loath to recall how disappointed I was when first we fought. But finally, after bathing in the blood and offal of your enemies, finally you prove yourself worthy prey for the hunt. It fills you even now, doesn't it? The hunger to bite down on my jugular, to feel the warmth fill your mouth and run over even as you drink deep. Good. Good. This is the beast I have longed to face. As you sharpen your claws, I too sought newfound strength. But this is no place for a final contest. Come! The heavens shall bear witness to our dance.
Oh. Wait, is that the dragon?
Welcome to the Royal Menagerie. The King of Ruin built this place for his foreign queen. He kept it filled with familiar creatures from her homeland. They bored me all. This fine specimen, on the other hand, is simply divine. Your fates are entwined, are they not, Icon Slayer? This dragon, this embodiment of unbridled despair, born of a desperate man's burning hatred for the Empire. How raw the raging tempest that churns within its breast. No myth made manifest this, but a being of pure violence. Mayhap you are the true architect of our design. You who fought the very soul of vengeance to the edge and watched him fall. You who let slip the Allegan hound to drive this icon into my arms. Oh my, have I said too much? Forgive me, this sensation is wholly unfamiliar to me. A question, then, and I should like very much for you to speak from the heart. If I were to stand aside, what would you do to this icon?
I'll fuck him up.
Ah, as simple as that. But of course, you are the Icon Slayer. Such certainty is to be expected. A pity. There is another alternative. Or there would be. Had you only mastered your abilities. I speak of the Echo, of course. Does it merely render you immune to iconic influence, or is it rather that your influence is far greater than theirs? Granted, these implications are of no moment to a savage who thinks only of killing the beast before him. But when I read Van Belsar's reports, I immediately saw the boundless potential of the Echo. I saw how it could be instrumental in binding an icon to one's will. Hence my research and the Resonant, and oh so much more. All icons must be exterminated, without exception. Such was the Imperial mandate issued by my great-grandfather, after he saw firsthand the destruction wrought by one such being. They are a blight upon this star, he felt. And so he began his great and just crusade. Ha! 'Twas not justice which spurred his campaign, but fear! Fear of the Icons! Fear of their power! Cowardice made them march forth to battle. Pathetic. Man should fight for the joy of it. To live, to eat, to breed. Lesser beasts snap and howl at one another for this. Only man has the wisdom and the clarity to embrace violence for its own sake. For we who are born into this merciless, meaningless world have but one candle of life to burn. I know you understand this. You and I are one and the same. Together, we could while away the quiet hours as friend and confidant. If you will accept me.
Okay. Best friends now.
Are we to embrace and let bygones be bygones? Do our deeds weigh so little that you would cast all aside? Come. 'Twas plain from the first how this would end.
Try it, Chad.
You live for these moments, when all hangs in the balance, when the difference between life and death is but a single stroke. I live for them too! This is who we are, my friend! This is all we are! Alamigo and Doma and Garlemald be damned!
You cut it open. What a madman. Oh shit. Now we're in trouble.
We tower above the gods! You by your gift, I by my might.
He also has the Sharingan.
And before the resonant, the gods shall be made to kneel. An ending to mark a new beginning.
The hell? The Wild Menagerie now accessible. That's gonna be a try though. Let's go. It is time. Can you tell somehow if something is magic damage or physical damage? I know you can. Okay. What's up, Benny? Oh, let's go. Mensing. Chilling in bed. This is serious business. What's the tidal wave? Okay. Wapted ether. Fuck 'em! Tidal wave. We have to like stay in there? Okay. Alright. Why is he hitting so hard? Do I have to be close or something to him? Or he's just a beast. Earth breath. Up the ether as a one attachment. Uh-oh. Now, are we fucked? Probably. Oh, protect me. Alright. Bad, not too bad. We survived. Why did he taunt the one I like attacked? Are you stupid? Thunderbolt. Coming back. Oh, not yet. 6 seconds. Auto star realization. Okay. Okay. Heavens to the Time active maneuver. Oh. Alright, we still have one healer left, it's fine. I got this. Huh? Problem? No problem. What am I supposed to do? Just gonna stand with you guys. Oh! Okay, don't move, guys. Don't move. Back. Hey, why can I not taunt? What the hell? Good, we're good, we're good. We recover. Motherfucker destroyed the ground here. Oh, this is, I'm not better. Earth and Fury from the left. Okay. Oh. Okay. Run! Oh, he's right. Stack marker coming. Aerial blast. Uh-oh. Yeah. Uh-oh. Run towards the middle, no! And I survived. Good job. Archmon. What the hell was that? What was that? Oh, that's a tank buster. Oh my god, I almost died. Ooh, I'm dead. I'm dead again. Shit. Should have waited. Got this team. Archmon is a tank buster, be careful. You're dead. Got a healer, that's not good. Oh, that's a... Hold him. No. Chains. One out. Something, I don't know. Came back. Gonna wait now until I'm with, I know, you know. Howard? Tidal wave, tidal wave, tidal wave! The elite team survived again. We got this team. Recover! Chains! Wake them. Good. Oh shit, no. Gonna super bullet. Dead. Oh my god. Oh my god, he... I'm scared! No! Get up! Please, no! Okay. Still alive. Oh, the tail is coming! Oh, yeah! Oh! Oh no, this is gonna hurt. Left way. Oh my god. Close. That was way more dramatic than it should be. Okay. Exercising the right. Shit! Oh, whatever, dude. Look at them up here walking, dude. Damn, I didn't get a commendation, dude. Even though I survived. Oh, man, dude. I mean, the healer deserved that as well. It's fine. Yeah. They did. Unlucky, dude.
Are you all right? Xenos.
Can you finally die?
The hunter has indeed become the hunted. And yet, there is only joy. Transcendent joy that I have never known. How invigorating, how pure this feeling.
Is that what this was all about? All the meaningless death and destruction, so you could feel something?
Meaningless. Men die that others may live. Those who survive are stronger for it. Not that you could ever understand. To have stood upon this great stage of fools. To have played my part to perfection. Oh, this moment. Let it be enshrined in eternity. My heart beating out of time. So clear, so vivid, so real. So real.
Coward!
Stop!
Farewell, my first friend. My enemy.
Where is he?
He's dead. By his own hand.
Then justice has been done.
No. There's no justice in that rabid animal's end.
Liberty or death. That so many should be forced to take up this creed to defeat such madness.
We won. Forget him. The living have need of us now.
Stand tall, Lys. Now is the time to raise a cheer for all who fought for freedom. A cheer loud enough to carry to the highest heavens.
Ian. Ian and Lys should... I'm thinking about that attempt.
You're right. Thank you. Without you... well, you know. So let's do it together. For Al Amigo!
That was the Sprout gang coming through. Yeah. Hold on. Do you wanna wait for the first dialogue to appear? I wanna quickly turn on the oven. Waddle, waddle, waddle. Look at them. The whole gang. Minus Gosetsu.
In crimson it began, and in crimson it ended. And then we were free. But what is freedom, really?
E.T.
We may be free to live, to love, to grow old, to have dreams and desires, and to strive for them. But in the end, We're defined by the legacy our forefathers bequeathed to us. Even Xenos was once a baby in the cradle, innocent and pure. He was made into a creature that lived only for death, not born one. "20 years of Imperial rule have left Alamigo torn and bleeding. It won't be easy to heal a generation's worth of wounds, to bridge the gap. But I won't give up, Papalimo. I won't. Because I remember the price of freedom. I remember the smoke, and the ashes, and the blood. I remember the screams, and the silence. And I'll do whatever it takes to honor their sacrifice, to build a home for us all. I promise you. This is the end. The end of the Imperial province of Alamigo, and the rebirth of Alamigo, the free nation. Long may she endure.
There it is. Nice. Okay, quickly turning on the oven. The finale was epic, dude. Alright. Yep. Oh man. Why did you not show yourself? Well,
What a fine mess we've made.
Oh. Wait, what?
All but spent feeding that primal, eh?
Oh yeah. No.
You won't be
oh yeah,
making
of
any
course.
mischief with that amount of ether.
I so forgot about that already. Oh, is he gonna?
Still, better safe than sorry.
Nice. The other one not? Ah, okay. Good job. Finally.
There. There ends your hateful legacy.
Haven't thought clear, yep. Only took 2 expansions to get rid of those eyes. Alright. So was Xenos his son, or are they not related? It's over. he is Tyser. My condolences for your loss. A father should not outlive. Oh, it was his son. Never mind. Okay. What nonsense. Ooh. You do not mourn his loss. You surprised me, your radiance. He was your son and heir, and an irreplaceable test subject. I know what he was. Monsters are not made up for thrones. Damn. Nor are stars made to sustain false gods who sup on their very essence. Icons summoned by desperate savages who hearken to the whispers of shadowless charlatans. Should you raise a hand against my black-robed brethren, I will not stop you. Our desires are one and the same: preservation, restoration, compassion, resurrection. All is in service to your one true God. And when the sundered shards are made whole, will there be a place for us mere mortals? Doubt my claims and question my motives if you will, your radiance. You will come to trust me in time. Until then, mayhap you will find this reassuring. What? Oh, is he gonna show his math? How dare you? Ah, they're not showing it. Scumbags. Ah, shit. Baited. Even he was surprised to thought, oh, who is that? We did it. We liberated our amigo. Maybe it's Lorito. Just big. I don't know what to say. I don't even know how to feel about it all. Belief, I suppose. Pride and hope too. We did it, Father. Ida, Popolimo, Conrad, Mefrid, Minfilia. We really did it. Hey, don't feel like you have to stand here listen to me mumble. Everyone else will want to talk to you. Beat him after all. You're the real hero of the story, so run along and take your plaudits. Okay, Kona, I knew it was you. Your efforts will be felt, adventurer. When this land was yet under the yoke of the Empire, my own father lost his life in the fight for freedom. But although our conquerors permitted me to build him a gravestone, they would not allow me to perform his final rites as the teachings of the Fist of Valgar demanded. It was later that I heard how a ghostly apparition was seen floating near his grave. I should have performed the ceremony and the Empire laws be damned. I should have had more courage, but I was so afraid to die. Ashamed at the cowardice I showed then, I began seeking out the other shades and specters to put to rest. It is a seemingly unending path, and I thank you for walking even a few steps of the way alongside me. Nothing is slain. I knew I had chosen the right woman for the job. I'm grateful you came along before any lives were lost to that monstrous bird. You have our thanks. Welcome. Were you able to capture those jabbies for me? I did, yeah. Oh, these are some lively nippers. I'd best get them in a pan before they tear their way free. It's a good thing they're ill-tempered, though. Why is that, you ask? Well, just between you and me, we're planning on using the jabbies as a secret weapon to disrupt Imperial military camps. I love to see the look on the Guardian officer's face to find one of these beauties running wild in his command tent. Thank you, Zora. I was growing tired of sewing up the holes in those gigantic sacks. Later, I already killed the leader. For you to Bastinos, even after you harnessed the power of a primal, is a testament to your ever-growing strength. Not bitter to have had your vengeance stolen from you by another. There's some small regret, perhaps, but that is outweighed by the satisfaction I find in his death. I commend you, Zoe. As should we all. Xenos was a monster and a tyrant. The man who killed my father and countless other of my countrymen. The world is a better place without him in it. I should also praise Master Alphino for his foresight and restraint. Had he not intervened, I might never have had the pleasure of being reunited with Haku and his Lupin brothers. It was timely intervention. Full glad I am not to have been burdened with the guilt of killing my lord Hien's most trusted allies. Ha, indeed, my friend, indeed. Welcome back, Lieutenant Zuzu. Was there aught to be found? Fortune and stolen jewelry, was it? That explains the prisoner's unwillingness to share. As my agent explained, we will see to it that those valuables are returned to Alamigo's coffers. Thank you, Lieutenant Zuzu. This will go a long way to helping the nation recover from the ravages of war. You're welcome. After all we have been through, I really should know better than to worry, but as ever, the relief I felt upon finding your hair and hole in the wild menagerie will nigh reduce me to tears. The warrior flight, victorious again. I should be surprised if some small part of you had not come to resent the title and the responsibilities which accompany it. You must forgive us if we call you hero when you accomplish heroic feats. But as the warrior of light goes, so goes the world. You should take pride in the good you have done, and in the good you have inspired others to do. You are a natural-born leader of man, Zoe. All these people weren't just following the commanders, they were following you. And you led them to victory, to freedom. Alas, not everyone could see the journey through to its end, but history shall remember them, and the glorious future they made possible. Can you believe it? We won. We beat the bastards. Al amigo, al amigo. Sorry, got a bit carried away there, didn't I? Hard not to, you know. We owe it to the friends we buried to shout and scream and cheer with all our hearts. I want them to know it wasn't for nothing, that it's finally over and they can rest in peace. You hear that, lads? Be alright. Oh bugger, not again. I'm so happy bleeding. I'm so happy bleeding. Bleeding happy. Oh look, he's hyped up. Damn. Storm officer. Hero of the hour. I suppose we have to add Liberator to your titles. The commander fallen, the remainder of the 12 chose to surrender to our forces. After 20 long years, it's official. The occupation is ended. But now the hard work starts. Though the people have had their fill of kings, there is no clear consensus on what sort of government they would prefer instead. Indeed, Father, momentous as this achievement may be, the road which lies before us is no less uncertain than the one we have walked. Aye, aye. Yet if we can overcome 2 decades of oppression, I have no doubt we can find a way forward. Thank you, Lieutenant, for helping to make this dream a reality. Alright, Lise. What do you think about all of this? Finish your rounds? Great. In that case, I'd like you to come with me, back to Valga's Reach. Not for a rematch or anything, sadly. I want to call all the signs together. I'll explain later. Damn, Lisa's in charge of everything. Shit. I don't even know where to begin. I don't know. Just start talking. What?
We've been through a lot together, haven't we? I can't thank you enough. There's something I need to say to you all. That is, if you have a moment.
Of course.
Good. You're all here. Good. Good. Thank you doesn't really suffice, does it? I'm grateful. Truly grateful from the bottom of my heart. But I know you didn't fight so hard just to hear me or anyone else say that. You fought because you wanted to help.
Oh, you stole us back.
Because you believed it was right.
Just like that.
Because you're scions. Now, I'm obviously a scion, but as Conrad left me in charge of things here, I also have responsibilities to Alamigo. When I put it like that, though, I realized I couldn't even pretend to be impartial anymore. So it seemed best to make it official. As long as I serve Alamigo, I can't be a scion. It might be selfish and short-sighted, but that's my decision.
I respect that. I saw that coming.
Am I to understand that you summoned us all, some of us still nursing wounds, to hear this?
Oh, I didn't,
Forgive me, Lise. 'Twas but a jest.
Little yoke.
But this I say with the utmost sincerity. Scion or no, we are comrades, now and ever after. Is that not so? There you have it. Come what may, you may count on us in your hour of need. We shall never refuse you.
Aww.
Stola. Oh, gods. I swore I wouldn't cry.
Woo pug. Quite strong. Oh, I knew he stood there, my man.
Come back here, you slippery little devil. Ah, to think fishing could be so difficult.
I knew it, dude. This guy is like a model, dude. Look at this frame.
What greater proof of a man's lingering mortality than an empty belly? A fate worse than death. Fie on it. To have arrived at the appointed place and time only to survive by mere force of habit. Truly, the Kami are not finished with us yet. Oh, capricious fortune. How you test me with this wretched soul.
Oh, she also survived. Oh shit. Oh my god, he's like no man's land. And that's gonna be where Omega is, dude. It has to be. Look at this. It like came right through there. In there. It even knows. He's already there. This is indeed the work of either Shin, Ryu, or Omega. Not so fast. And since there's undeniably something down there radiating a massive amount of energy, which cannot very well be the late Viceroy's lab dragon, yes, I think we have our suspect. Well, this is a mess of our own making, so it falls to us to clean it up. It won't be easy, but is it ever? Now comes the part where you say you've got no choice but to divert company resources and employees to this pet project of yours. Lost profits and belligerent clients be damned. Financial consideration notwithstanding, you have to admit there's an unquantifiable benefit in giving our people the opportunity to study such advanced technology. Oh, is that before or after you blow it up or seal it away? Fine, fine. At the moment I judge this little venture an unsustainable risk to the ironworks. I'm ending it. Savvy? Savvy? Okay, okay. And to keep you honest, using my authority as deputy president, I've gone ahead and brought in a consultant, a master engineer, a mechanical genius. Oh, Nero. You didn't. Yep. He's back. Guess who's back? Back again. Oh no, you mustn't build the expectations too high. It will be less dramatic when I surpass them. Oh no, absolutely not. This is not happening. Damn, he even got the drip with some sunglasses. Look at him. Nero Tall Skaver, eager to begin his first day as a loyal member of the Ironworks team. Looking forward to working with you, Garland. Yes, that's some mandible energy right there. So fell the hunter, but what of the hound? So rose the children, but what of the shit? That was the fuck. The logs ether count attunement complete. Nice. But what of the father? Ah, okay. Thank you. Alright, let me quickly check on the oven. Alright, pizza is in the oven. Nice. Is there like some event going on right now I have to do, by the way? Or is it still the Final Fantasy 15 event? Alright. Ooh, that's a lot of blue quests, holy shit. Hunt for Omega. Unwanted truth. Another striking opportunity. Kill a curl. Liquid of the ooze. Oh shit. I guess we're first gonna do the blue shit. The 15 event. Ah, okay. unwanted truth. Excuse me, miss. You're Zura, right? Name's Philiad, newly joined to the Garland Ironworks. Pleased to meet you. I hate to be a bother, but I've got somewhere I'd like to take you. Wedge told me he once asked you to peek inside the fractal continuum, is that right? Did I? Well, the thing is, we've recently detected a strange signal coming from inside. Knowing our luck, it's likely some ancient elegant weapon run amok, but we won't know for sure until someone goes in to find out. We were hoping that someone be you, if you're up for the job. Ah, thank the gods, I see you in Aziz Laden. Oh. Alright. Let me just accept the rest here. To kill a curl. Azura, just the woman I was looking for. As you may know, Valgar's Reach used to be a pilgrimage site for followers of the Fist of Valgar. Atop the mountain lies the remnants of the Temple of the Fist, which was once the center of their religion. It was filled with monks training their minds and bodies right up until the Mad King Theodoric decided to raise the temple. Curiously enough, a young lady recently approached me saying she wishes to explore the ruins herself. I immediately turned down her request, knowing that she only could not survive the route to the ruins. But then I thought of you. I'm positive that you are strong enough to protect her while she explores. The girl name is Marjorie. If you are willing to help, seek her out by the doors which lead to the temple. I imagine she's still there, pestering Otmar to let her in. Another striking opportunity. Zurai Zuzu, hero of the resistance, greeting and well met. I wish to thank you for your countless deeds in service to your cause and share with an opportunity which I believe may be of interest to you. There's a great and wise man, a veteran of countless battles, who waits for you outside Valgar's Reach. Go to him, and he will unfold all. Hunt for Omega. Thank the gods you're here. We need your help. In case you haven't heard, we've set up operations in Valgar's Reach while we look for Omega. It's been decidedly slow going, I'm sorry to say, and we still haven't seen the blasted thing since it disappeared during the battle with Shinryu. Which is not to say we haven't made any progress. We know now that Shinryu ended up in the Imperial Sand and that it was shackled with some very distinctive looking bindings when they found it. Obviously, only you know what could have done something like that, and the fact that the restraints were still functioning suggests it didn't shut down when the chief instructed it to either. Anyway, we were getting close to identifying Omega's whereabouts when we encountered what you might call a problem. Maybe it would be best if you can come to the workshop and saw for yourself. Alright, you're a hard woman to find. I heard you're thrown in your lot with the resistance, so I came here looking for you. Truth is, we've run into a spot of bother back at the Arboretum and could use your help. If you're not too busy breaking your fast on Guardians or whatever you've been doing out here, we'd be glad of your expertise. If you fancy lending a hand, I'll be over at Saint Mokiane's or something. One more. Guardian is reasonably sure you are the adventurer she's looking for. Zuzu, of the Signs of the Seventh Dawn, if I'm not mistaken. Very good, I have a message for you from Aunt Rowena. Oh, well, it's more of a request, I suppose, though I don't have any details of consequence. I'd like you to assist with the exploration of a recently discovered back? Or was there panic? Oh. It didn't say anything on my end. Maybe Twitch had a little burp. Not sure. My apologies, but I cannot accept the scripts on stand in. Plans, vendor. Can I buy good gear now? That is tombstone exchange. What is token exchange? Totem gear. Ah, that's I see. That's the totems you get for like doing the bosses. What level are they? 395. The gunbreaker weapon. No. That. Alright, let's see. Tombstone exchange. Let me first see how the first one looks like here. Fending. Am I on? Oh, that's a belt anyway. Okay. One gear? Why one gear? Just checking glamour, yeah, just checking glamour. Oh shit. Both of them I don't like too much from style perspective. See how this looks. How the heck? I mean, we're gonna buy this one because it's like higher item level. So I should probably first buy the rings and the other, like the cheap items. Alright, fending, so this is an earring, we buy one of that. They give more stats. Oh, really? I thought like maybe it would like compensate for having like, you know, 2 rings and then, okay, but I do what you say. You are the master. And then we can buy one more 345 one. Or maybe now it's probably better to buy maybe 2 rings. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. Oh, I got a card. Nice. Whip. Alright. Right, the stat boost. Gear exchange. Lost Allegan gear. But the body gives also a defense, a magic defense, so that's a big thing. Alright. You, my friend, surprised? Aye, so were we. She's been brought in as a consultant, I believe it or not. How many times do I have to tell you, you will not play part in this investigation? Your motives were dubious from the first, and nothing you have done since has served to make them any clearer. Out of necessity, I agreed to take part in Omega's activation, but that will be the extent of our cooperation. Passing judgment without due consideration, openly disparaging colleagues. Not very chiefly of you, Chief. I'll have you know, I am a sensitive new recruit who thrives on encouragement. Then I trust you thrive elsewhere and encourage you to piss off. I will not have him on our roster, Jesse. Never mind anywhere near our work. His employment is to be terminated, effective immediately. The thing is, Chief, we've already paid him in full, and it wasn't exactly a pittance either. 4/5 of what you get was the agreement. Look, whatever disagreements you might have had in the past, the fact is we could do with his expertise now. Let him earn his keep at the very least. I don't believe this. You claim my wholly justified ventures represent an unsustainable risk to the Ironworks, and then pay him a sultan's ransom in advance? Him? Give me strength. This has been the way of it for a while now, on account of which we've had to put the investigation on hold. As much as I admire your enthusiasm, hero, you will not get very far without some brains to complement your admirable brawn. Happily, I am blessed with a surfeit of the former. From this moment forth, you shall be my chaperone. With the realm's savior watching my every move, I couldn't possibly make any mischief, which should surely serve to allay my employer's concerns. Forgive me, though, it was not my intent to embroil you in this mess. I didn't even know you were here. Seeing as you are, though, I cannot deny that I would be glad to have you on board. The fact is, we are no closer to understanding the true extent of Omega's powers, and even if it was damaged during its encounter with Shinryu, it seems highly doubtful that we will be able to disable it unaided. Hold on, my pizza is ready. Alright. The fact is we are no closer to understanding the truth. Okay, we already had that. We've got as far as identifying its likely resting place, but I for one would feel a lot more confident about surveying the area with you around to deal with any unexpected surprises. Might I persuade you to lend us a hand once more, old friend? Of course. Then it's settled. Chief, we have a problem. The etheric concentration levels at the yarn are soaring. Our readings doubled from one moment to the next, and by the time we went to check them, they doubled again. What? But that could only mean... Evacuate the site. I shall handle the matter personally. Biggs, Wedge, Zuai, I need you with me at the yarn, to the south of here. That's where we believe Omega came to rest. Jesse, hold the fort while I'm gone, and if possible, continue surveillance from the safe distance. Alright, Chief, watch yourself out there. Am I to stay and mind the shop too? Oh no, I'm not letting you out of my sight, but before you fill the room with maniacal laughter, I want you to remember something. When you collected your inexplicably lavish fee, the Ironworks Creed became your creed. It's freedom through technology, in case you've forgotten, not supremacy through elegant ingenuity. Breach this contract and I will have my pounds of flesh. Lynn? Hope. Look, she looks so comfy. A little sweater and some scarf. Some glasses. Damn. Whispers Gaming, thank you for the raid. Welcome everyone. We had a good stream. I guess you played some Final Fantasy as well. Just finished the Stormblood MSQ main base game thing. How far are you already? Are you already like through everything, or are you also in the MSQ? The one Joey wants. I'm on to date on MSQ waiting for Endwalker. Oh, okay. I'm not that far yet. They're working towards that. Are you also interested in exploring the Temple of the Fist? I never dreamed I would meet a fellow enthusiast. I first learned of monks when I attended a lecture given by a historian named Eric. Ever since then I have continued to be fascinated by the creed and approach to life. I thought I would come and pay a visit to the site of the most revered temple. Now that the Empire has been driven out of the region, the only issue is that this man will not let me pass. The monks use the path to the temple to train. It is filled with all kinds of traps and obstacles that cannot be overcome by just anyone. It is precisely those traps and obstacles that I wish to study. Everything I have read states that those who are able to reach the temple will come face to face with a monk of legend. Does that not pique your curiosity in the slightest? Who knows what kind of lessons one could learn from a monk that has mastered their art? You wish to know, don't you, adventurer? Oh. But you have to know, I'm a legend myself. You too are a monk. I can hardly believe my luck. Now I see why you also wish to visit the temple ruins. True, I am actually a monk because I started as one. In fact, if you are truly keen to explore what lies beyond these doors, would you mind if I joined you? I'm fairly familiar with the layout of the temple grounds from all the reading I have done. I know I can be of help. Please take me with you. Okay. Yeah, well, I'm on Ragnarok. You too? Nice. Well, it's obviously the best server there is. Alright, Let's see. So we have one dungeon, we have Speak with the Battle Scarred Veteran. Oh yeah, that's also, let's quickly do that as well. Aufschwad. I'm lazy. Also, I wanna eat my pizza. Hungry as fuck. Alright, enjoy the luck. It is you, the legendary adventurer, instrumental in the liberation of our homeland. I. Though took an army to see you through, I have heard tell of your singular accomplishments, both here and in the faraway lands. Yeah, I know the type. You are a warrior, through and through, ever searching for a new challenge. A woman who lives for those moments when all hangs in the balance. Did I say something odd? Oh, of course not. Not far from here is the place where monks of the Fist of Raga once honed body and spirit, circles of answering, and by the grace of our domin patron it is reborn. She who fights with strength and stone unyielding, breathes a deep of boundless sky and embraces serenity of rolling sea, against her none can stand. To wit, you will face striking dummies possessed of the fortitude of fantastic fiends and otherworldly foes. Attack them with your might and main, and should you triumph in the allotted time, you will know you have the strength to defeat them. Though you may still die in the process, they are dummies. After all, and will not hit back, but that goes without saying. Doubtless you are intrigued. When curiosity overwhelms you, I shall deliver you to Stone Sky. Well, it is the circles of answering. Name, but you must nevertheless embrace the wisdom of the elements to overcome your trials. Oh, how foolish of me, I forgot to tell you the best part. It's free. Yay. It's, I think it's the same like in Heaven's Sword, I guess. Oh, come on. Okay. Hey, why is the blue quest? What did I forget here? Oh, it's Hans, okay. Scared of getting the pretty face of your scratch, are you? Well, it's up to you, but if you've got the stomach for a new challenge, you go back to that inn and tell Ardolan that Eloy says he's holding you back. If he doesn't approve you for more advanced marks, he'll have me deal with it. Yeah. There were like a few streamers who were like part in this collaboration with Square Enix, and if you gifted them 4 subs, you got the mount. It's good to see you back in Dravania as well. The place hasn't been the same without you. Probably wondering why I sent Sony to fetch you. It's all down to this mucky little Kopo core. When I saw it come bounding out of the arboretum, the first thing I noticed, besides it being covered in grime, was how bleeding lively the little sword seemed to be. We had our old friend Edgith take a look at it, and she recounts the layer of mud is what is making it so excitable. Got the staffed seedkin jumping around like a mad pogo, so imagine what it could do for our corpse at Green Grub mud plots. That's where you come in. Should be more of this gunk inside the arboretum, but we have one small problem. It also affects the more troublesome species of flora, making them downright lethal. We want to send Edgith to look into it, but it's not safe with a bunch of botanist-eating plants making a nuisance of themselves. What say you, Zorai? Fancy giving them a bit of prawning? Of course. It's interesting that they introduce hard mode dungeons for older expansions. Interesting. I like the music in this area. Not this one. I mean, it's a good song as well. But this one. Oh, I think I went to the one. Alright. Alright, time to take a look at this here this teleporter here. What in blazes? Access restricted. This isn't good. Someone already triggered the intruder defense system. The only way now would be aboard an airship, but that would mean piloting the Enterprise. Bloody hell, so am I supposed to? Do I? I didn't hear that, did you? Oh, you deserve better from the Iron Wings, but the truth is, I'm just a simple man from the boom, meant for simple tasks. This is beyond me. With you here, though, I suppose things will work out, right? You're saying truly, suddenly I'm not as nervous anymore. Now then, as you might have overheard a moment ago, the teleporter's been locked. Seems someone beat us here and activated the defense systems. It's nothing the Enterprise can handle though. Once we've locked onto the signal, we can fly straight to its source in the blink of an eye. Well, we'll depart as soon as you're ready. Spectral Continuum hard, no accessible. We got 2 hard dungeons, 1 normal dungeon, Omega, and then whatever this is. That's going on a quest. There's a blue quest. Songs in the Key of Kugane. A Hingan tail. Nashu goes east. Oh no! There's so many blue quests. That's probably for the extreme version. Ah, who should stand before me but the hero who shattered the shackles of oppression in Doma and Alamigo both. In spite of your burgeoning fame, I am honored that you should willingly share your precious time with this humble ministry. I may ask, how are you enjoying the Far East? With its many charms, it's an easy place to like. Indeed, it holds a special place in my heart. You might even say it's a second home to me, often as I find myself here on my endless quest for verse. And on this particular visit, the proprietor of this theater chanced to hear me perform and took a shine to my work. One thing led to another, and a number of my songs were adapted for the stage. Such are the crowds they have drawn. I have since been commissioned to write pieces for a new production. That is not to brag, mind you, nay, far from it. But though I am glad to the approval, the truth is I have been struggling to summon forth the inspiration with which to fuel my creativity. But of course, your recent exploits could well provide me with the inspiration I need. Such events you must have witnessed, such emotions experienced. In your struggle to liberate Doma and Alamigo from the clutches of the Empire. Though the tales have been doing their rounds, there is no substituting a first-hand account. Nay, I would see from the eyes of she who stood in the thick of it and know the depths of her heart. I shall remain in Kugane while I compose my pieces for the Muji Koza. Whenever you can spare a moment, I ask that you regale onto me your recent adventures, and I shall see to it they are immortalized within these halls. Ah, something heroic this way comes. How fair you, Zoe. As ever, I am seeking inspiration to draw upon for my work. If you have any experience to share, I should very much like to hear them. Oh, that's how they handle it now. We just talk to him. Oh, what strange story have you for me today? Lose her beloved daughter not once, but twice. First to the Empire and then to the Primal's false promise. That's all I can do to imagine the Kalyana's eldest grief. And as if she had not lost enough, unable to bear the reality, she chooses to flee from it by making an offering of her soul to the Primal. It is a tragedy that rends to rend hearts. My apologies, Zoe. I know full well that I asked you for a tale, but so private and intense a sorrow should not be made the subject of amusement. However, I would honor the memory of the departed with a verse. For her daughter's life, a mother mourned, but from the flesh her soul was torn. For her daughter's smile, a mother's yearned. Now from a dream she may ne'er return, or never return. Forgive me if I have awakened unpleasant memories. Liberties may be taken in tales telling, but I cannot wipe away such sorrow that has taken root in one's heart. Nay, no more than abiding in a dream will change reality. Even so, we may pray for wounds to heal and scars to fade, and so pray I shall for the Kalyana, for all those who grieve, that they may one day know peace. That is. So, blah blah blah. Ah, you have a new tale for me. Wonderful. A clash against the kami of legend. The words fairly write themselves. Yes, this would adapt very well indeed for the stage. I dare say even the Kojin would come to watch. As this song is about you, however, it is only meet that you are the first to hear it. Lend your ears then to the tale of your furious encounter with Susano, the Lord of the Revel. Upon eastern seas, 3 treasures join to birth a kami great, whose sacred blade strikes awe in hearts and cleaves the land in straits. From western lands a challenger comes, a hero from afar, whose radiant blade sets souls ablaze and outshines the very stars. Beautiful. So, I was able to capture Susano's stormy grandeur, drew upon my imagination to create more evocative imagery, but it should more or less line up with your experience. Somewhat stormier than you recall? Well then, that makes it just right. Upon the stage, Storytelling takes on a different dynamic, you see, and it is common practice to favor the grandiose. But with your rousing tale at its heart, I have no doubt that the play will be received with no less than a standing ovation. Number 2. Something heroic this way comes. How fair you, Zoe. As ever, I am seeking inspiration to draw upon for my work. If you have any new experiences to share, I should very much like to hear them. Now this was a legendary fight, I'm telling you. Words cannot describe what I have experienced with like these 7 adventurers on my side. Well then, pray do not keep me in suspense. She knew a being of pure violence, born of the torment of they who died for their homeland. Those souls had longed for the power to smite the Empire. Little would they have imagined that this power would assume such a form. Not that I would fall into the enemy's hands to become the ultimate obstacle to freedom, bound to the will of Xenos Galvus, a pitiable man who feels not safe when at the edge of death. The power to smite, the power to save, a desperate man that daily crave. High though the price, in full he did pay, creating a god where his dead body lay. The power to rise, the power to vie, a lonely man did madly desire. Forsook his flesh, for such was the toll, binding a god to his insatiable soul. Yeah, okay. Here we have 2 men who sought power, but for different reasons. One who wished to deliver his homeland from tyranny. The other wished to fill the void of his solitude. Yet, even should they achieve this goal, would they truly find peace? I suspect that only they would know the answer. Now, you, my friend, you will continue your fight, will you not? I pray that you will again regale me with such accounts of your experiences. For as brightly as a hero's tale shines, it is not without its shadows. It is my duty, I feel, to share both with the world, the stirring and the sorrowful. That is gonna be a doozy. Bum 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 bum. Welcome, my lady. There's a young maiden here who would speak with you. Oh, from the magazine thingy, from the Raven. Yes, the adventure has arrived. And here she is, the liberator of both Doma and Alamigo in the flesh. I am Lina Mevrilia, correspondent for the Raven. You may recognize me from my expose on the secret lives of the homunculi. But enough small talk. It's not far for nothing that I've been standing here since yesterday morning, on the off chance you'd pass by. Oh, I'm here because, actually, it's best to hear that from Alma. I'm but an observer. Alma, come, I found her. Is this the adventurer of whom you spoke? Indeed it is. Please, I beg of you, find my father. You are his only hope. It's alright, Alma. We are attracting unwanted attention, but I suggest a change of venue. We will await you before the Prima Vista. The theater barge has a berth at the airship landing. Request accepted. Oh, that's one. King of the castle. Zuzu. Oh, thank heavens, I'm in dire need of a capable adventurer, and I can think of none better. Local officials have been working desperately to keep this confidential. There's trouble in Kugane Castle. It has been overrun by a band of outlaws. What's more, they've taken hostages a number of nobles along with the Bugyo, Kugane's highest magistrate. They're demanding the country's borders be closed off, insisting Kugane's efforts to establish ties with other countries as folly. Why, if they had their way, I imagine foreigners, or Ijin as they call them, would never set foot here ever again. Under normal circumstances, the Sekai Shigumi would have taken steps to immediately resolve this crisis, but they dare not do anything to put the Bugyo at greater risk. To proceed would require a decree from the Bakufu, yet I fear there is no time to send an envoy to the royal capital and back. Nevertheless, they have done their due diligence and delivered a missive. While waiting for a response, I have also called upon the East Alderney Trading Company in an attempt to potentially expedite the rescue of their hostages. As to why they would go out their way to contact us, well, one of the captives is from Ulda. It goes without saying the repercussions of a foreign dignitary coming to harm would be dire. Because the Sekai Shigumi cannot yet act in an official capacity, they have asked for my assistance in assembling a small contingent to infiltrate the castle. If you will join our cause, make for the aqueducts in the Wakuza district. There is a hidden passage leading into the castle kept under the guard by the Sekai Shigumi. Tell them I sent you and they will explain what you must do. Another dungeon? Hell yeah, count me in. He's a ninja. Okay. As I said before, I think it better we continue this conversation in privacy of the young lady's barge. Not that I don't trust anyone here, it's simply that I don't trust anyone here. Gate guard Minigumu has been instructed to look out for you. In future, speak with him when you wish to gain admission to the docks. Thank you for coming, Zoe. Probably wondering why I've summoned you to an airship. And a guardian one at that. Allow me to explain on the shuttle. Was this maybe a raid or something we're unlocking here? Prime Vista serves as both stage and home to the majestic Imperial Theater Company. Keep that dirk in your drawers. No one here is a member of the Imperial Army, nor are there any spies within the troop, at least no known spies. Ask anyone and they will be readily attest. The majestic Imperial Theater Company are the finest practitioners of the dramatic arts to be found anywhere on the 3 great continents and beyond. They have admirers throughout the Empire and its territories, and even boast a sizable following in Gridania, hence my assignment to their story. It is a little known fact, outside Garlemald at least, that the late Emperor was a devoted patron of the arts who supported various theater troupes to the tune of much coin. Indeed, Solus was so enamored of the majestic players that he ordered the construction of this very airship that the troupe might perform in every corner of the Empire. When his grandson took the throne, however, everything changed. Now, all theater troupes, domestic and foreign, must submit their works for approval by the Central Imperial Board of Censors. If a player is deemed vulgar or inflammatory, it is banned and the troupe denied their writs and transit. The worst offenders? Well, they are never heard from again. Sounds like China, dude. Jesus Christ. This policy has effectively left playwrights with one of 2 options. Compromise their creative integrity to carry favor with his radiance, or put down their quills altogether. The principal of the Majestic, however, chose a 3rd option, to express his disapproval for the new Emperor's policies obliquely in ostensibly unpolitical works. Pray forgive me for my earlier outburst. I am Alma Bas Lexentail, daughter of Principal Genomis Sten Lexentail. Mayhap you have heard of my father's latest play, the Zodiac Brave story? On the surface, it is an innocent retelling of well-known Gallian fairy tale, hardly worth of the censor's attention, but beneath it is something quite different. A fact the censors failed to spot when they approved the manuscript for public performance. Or maybe this is related to like the weapons. The play quickly became a huge success. The common folk loved its fantastical story, while the learned classes appreciated its true message. By the time the Imperial Board of Censors realized their mistake, it was too late. No longer in a position to prohibit the performance outright without admitting fault, they took aim at the company's purse strings instead. Before long, noble patrons began to withdraw their support, fearing to be associated with the troupe. By the end, even the learned felt compelled to feign ignorance. By bleeding the Majestic of their funding, the censors robbed them of their voice. And none of this has made it any clearer as to why you're here, right? Hello, Melina. Oh, fucking Sid. I've known Genomi since we were students at the Magitica Academy. When I heard his daughter was in Kugane looking to enlist the aid of an adventurer, I felt compelled to give her your name. Sorry for not announcing myself sooner, old friend. Genomis and I were from different worlds, but that only served to fuel our friendship. Many were the nights we would prattle on into the wee small hours, warm flagons of peated ale numbing our minds to the others' naive ideologies. Yet no matter where our conversation began, it would invariably end with him telling me how he was going to change the Empire from the inside out. The troop was to be his path into the people's hearts. Even after the Empire forced him from his home, Genomis never gave up hope that his work might change the world. Art will be strained against artificial bounds and borders, man-made walls and misguided wars. It is in such times of uncertainty that we must needs embrace our calling and take to the skies so others might do the same. What I was trying to say, whether poorly I concede, is that not all Gallians are hewn from the same stone. Just as there are those who pledge their lives to the Empire and would never think to question the authority of its leaders, there are those like Alma's father and myself whose love for their country does not blind them to its flaws. Still, trying selling the sack of sunflower to an Alamegan or Doman whose had watched his family consumed in the flames of Magitech Reaper. How many Earthian adventurers do you think would leap to the opportunity to help an Imperial search for her missing father, and in Gallian territory no less? But you are different. You have seen enough to know that the line between good and evil is not defined by race, color, or creed. So what say you? Indeed. Now that you understand the nature of the task, perhaps Alma could provide some insight as to where we might begin our search. Shortly before my father disappeared, he began work on his next play, a successor to the Zodiac Brave story. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Please follow me. Through adventure and hardship, young Delita, a boy of common blood, becomes a hero, culminating in the birth of the mythical kingdom of Ivalice. But that is where the story ends. There are no records of anything that follows. Was Principal Geonomy simply going to invent something? My father believed that he had discovered evidence of a second hero, one whose efforts went largely unnoticed, but without whom Delita would never have risen to the throne. This was the next tale he wanted to tell, the true Zodiac Brave story. Second hero. According to my father's studies, this young man was one of Delita's closest friends and confidants. That is, until the untimely passing of Delita's sister forced the two to part ways. Yet, the unnamed hero continued to provide aid to his friend by thwarting the machinations of those who would scheme against Delita, thus paving the way for the pauper's rise to regent. You must forgive me, but I've never heard anyone make such claims. How exactly did your father come by this information? That is a long story. One which begins and ends with Geonomy's becoming lost in the very legend he sought to lay bare. Even as far back as our academy days, Ivalice had Geonomy's firmly in its grasp. He flatly refused to believe the story was just a fairy tale. And so when he was finally driven out of Garlemald, it was only natural that he should choose this of all places as his refuge, was it not, Alma? That is correct, Master Garland. It has long been my father's belief that the ruins of ancient Ivalice lie beyond Naxia, buried beneath the sands of the Dalmasca Desert. Poor Dalmasca, the kingdom prospered in relative isolation for countless generations until the Empire came calling. When not touring, my father would organize expeditions into the Dalmasca Desert, search for proof of Ivalice's existence. Sometimes he would bring back strange artifacts, ancient tomes, and crystals unlike any others. Well, it looks like white oversight. My father called them all and claimed they were vital to proving his theories. This is one such crystal. By the 12th, it's magnificent. Ivalician legend tells of crystals bequeathed by the gods unto those who would be kings. It is during his quest to gather oversight that young Delita rises to prominence. I must have heard the tale 1,000 times from my nursemaid, but that is all it ever was, a tale. My father would often tell us how the oversight spoke to him. At the time we assumed he was speaking figuratively, The stone's beauty roused his mood, but then he began to act strangely. Also, following our arrival here in Hingashi, my father spent most of his time cloistered in his chambers, poring over his past research, and though he was alone, we could oft hear him in conversation. It was not uncommon for my father to recite the lines as he wrote them, but it soon became clear that this was something else. It was as if he was talking to my mother who passed several winters gone. Might this not have been out of mere loneliness, or perhaps the strain of your flight from Garlemald? Possibly, but that would not explain the voices which answered him. Alma, who are these people? I told you I did not require any help finding father, especially from outsiders. Good of you to join us, Ramza. Allow me to introduce. Ramza? He even looks like it, kinda. Enough, Master Sid. We may be shunned by the Empire, but we are still Guardians, and we still have our pride. Unlike some, it seems. We require neither the aid nor the pity from a foreign rebel. Have you forgotten where you are, brother? It is we who are the foreign rebel. This land and its customs are all but unknown to us. We would be fools to conduct our search without a proven guide. Sister is right, Ramza. As for my good friend here, your mistrust is ill-placed. I will personally vouch for her character. In all the time I have known her, she has never once let anything as insignificant as race or creed color her judgment. We are lucky to have her. But we would have you, Master Garland. Why do you refuse us? You know why. Until this affair with Omega is resolved, my hands are tied. It pains me to refuse you and your sister, but it pains me far more to leave Genomics to his fate. I'm sorry. You need not apologize. I let my emotions get the better of me. After what happened in Wabanastre, it may be time to admit we are out of our depth. My brother's last expedition met with tragedy in the ruins of the capital city. He barely escaped with his life. The Empire turned Wabanastre into a death trap. You were a fool to set foot there without a proper escort. I realized it now, Master Garland, but at the time I saw an opportunity to rescue our father, and I took it. Whatever led you to believe your father was in Dalmasca's capital? My father's fascination with Ivalisian legend began with a trip to the antediluvian city long before the war. Called it a premonition, but something tells me that is where he has returned. Now you must excuse me, I need some time to think. Then Alma, I shall leave you and your brother in Zura's capable hands. He has never repaid my trust with interest. You would do well to grant her yours. Thank you, Master Garland. We will not forget this kindness. Master Garland seems to think highly of you, so I will withhold judgment until after Dalmasca. I guess it's a raid? Alliance raid, I mean? Dalmasca is nestled in a forgotten corner of the Empire's outermost territories. I do not foresee any trouble from the standing army, but would suggest committing to memory the locations of each of the barge exits, just in case. As for the flight itself, the counts above Dalmasca are the wild as the land below. You may want to hold on. Complete our descent to Wabanastre in the shuttle. Ramza. I thought I made myself clear, Alma. The capital is simply too dangerous. Father would never forgive me if I were to lose you trying to rescue him. Come, we are wasting time. Don't worry, we'll take care of it. Jesus Christ. Royal City of Wabanastre. Question mark, question mark, question mark. According to my father, Wabanastre was already a thriving city some 1,000 years ago. But after performing several private excavations beneath the so-called Desert Sapphire, my father came to the conclusion that it was not the first settlement to stand here. Then your father believes that the Wabanastre sits atop the royal city of Lesalia, capital of Evolis. But if that's true, it could change history, it would be famous. Famous? Are you sure you don't mean rich? You're kinda all alike. Parasites grown fat on the sweat of suffering of others and suffering of others. Old words for a boy of but 16 summers. And what, pray tell, have I done to deserve such spite? I only wish to learn the truth behind the disappearance of the Empire's foremost playwright. If that should lead to something bigger, well then I would be the worst reporter in the realm if I did not pursue it. I like how her tail went up. Boop. Yes, we can argue about this now, or we can return to the Prime Vista and report to our army of adventurers that it's time to begin the expedition. I humbly suggest the latter. Oh, you see? It is as I said, brother. Let them come to us. Should we kill them now? No, the time is not right. When has that stopped us before? Fool, do you see that one? Slayer of gods, they call her. Warrior of light. It's right. The royal city of Wabanastre, now accessible. Yeah, okay. There it is. Cool. Did you already do that, Shadow? I see. Oh, okay, that's fucking... We're not gonna do that yet. Not accepted yet. And we shall call it Eureka. I see you decided to accept the invitation of the House of Splendors. Rowena will be pleased. Come, I will show you to your table. Good to see a familiar face in these parts, particularly that of the woman who might well be the most valued customer. What up? What's up? I gather you were not expecting Kryl or myself to be attended this little tete or something. As you will see, however, this is a matter which concerns us all. It all began when a vessel of the East Aldernaut Trading Company happened upon an island in the Glass Ocean, a deserted island which was not recorded on our charts and quite frankly had no business being there. Suffice it to say, we were surprised, pleasantly so in fact. An unclaimed, undeveloped island in such a location would be a boon to our trading concerns in this corner of the world. Ugan is bleeding us both dry with the tariffs. Depending on the goods, we are paying more than 10 times what we are in Limsa or Ulda, which is already too damn much, but believe you me. What my dear Rowena is trying to say is that having an additional port of call in this region, one more amenable to free trade, would be in the best interest of a great many parties. Which is why, upon learning of this island, I immediately authorized an exploration expedition. The team was large and well funded. I spared no expense. Alas, only a handful returned. Survivors reported irregularities with the island's ether, which we believe gave rise to a number of strange and monstrous beasts which set upon them not long after they arrived. This regrettable turn of events forced us to re-evaluate our assessments of the island and put our plans on hold for a time. If development was to proceed, it would require a great deal more capital than originally anticipated. So you came to me and mine for a handout, and I obliged. Before you scoff, know that some of my regular customers were members of that failed expedition, and what they told me was enough to justify the expense. Tales of treasure, of untold wealth and riches, and gods know what else. We have to wade through all them beasties, but with great risk comes great reward, as they say. Spoken like a born entrepreneur. Your ambition and ruthlessness are admirable, my lady. I dare say I could stand to learn a thing or two from you. In any event, having formed our partnership, we wish to dispatch a second joint expeditionary force to the island. That said, if we were to send just anyone the fate is like to be the same as that of the first. So this time we've mind to send a dab hand, a veteran of 1,000 battles, a tried and true killer. You see where I'm going with this? While I lack the aptitude for Warcraft, I will be joining the expedition as a researcher. The Science have an interest in this island. How perceptive of you. You are right. This is not the sort of affair that would normally concern us. However, after speaking with the others, they have consented to my participation on account of my personal interest. You will forgive me if I say no more at this time. If my suspicions prove true, then I will tell you everything, I promise. Right then, I believe that covers everything. A company ship that will deliver you to the island is ready to receive you. You may proceed to the pier whenever you are ready to depart. Oh, and so you're not surprised, you have company. A craftsman whose help I reckon we ought to have. Should be at the pier already. Rowena, I still have a few things to discuss, so why don't you go on ahead? I'll catch up to you later. he's up there. Let's come back. The hell? This guy's like dripped out, man. He looks like White from the Imperial. The hunt is on. Well, if it isn't my old rival, Zuzu. Come at least to learn from a true hunter of elite marks, have you? I guess this is like somehow... I don't know. Forgive me if I seem overly presumptuous. Being the renowned adventurer that you are, I always considered you to be the rival of sorts. A little healthy competition goes a long way in keeping one's skills sharp, you know? Aye. But a hunter ain't worth shite without a smithy to keep him armed and armored. You'll have to excuse him. He's never been one for social graces, but he's a damn fine hunter, and what he brings back to the forge keeps me in business. Who has time for grace when game is afoot? Which reminds me, I have news of a quarry that may pique your interest. I recently came across a rather peculiar bill on the clan hunt board. Here, have a look. Rathalos. The bill depicts a crimson wyvern unlike anything I've ever seen. Unfortunately, further reading of the bill reveals nothing of its origins. Strange, isn't it? Not only is the drawing unabashedly crude, the bill itself lacks the formality expected of anything approved by the Centurion clan. Still, a bounty is a bounty. Before setting out though, I thought it wise to confirm the details of the request, and therein lies the rub. The clansmen weren't even aware this bill had been posted, likely the escapees of some mischievous youth, they said. But if this beast truly is out there somewhere, what manner of hunter would I be if I didn't go and find out? And from what I've been told, you never want to back down from a chance at an adventure, so how about it? Will you take up the hunt? Let's fucking go! Every bit the thrill seeker I marked you for. Glad to hear it. Make things a little more interesting, what you say we make this a race, huh? To see who can slay it first. I'll even give you a hint to get you on your way. The beast we're after is a Rathalos, king of the skies they call it. Or from what I've gathered, it was last spotted somewhere around the Azim steppe. You'll like to learn more if you speak with the locals at Reunion. As for me, I still need to prepare before I can head out. So consider this a head start. Good luck, Zorai, and may the best hunter win. They're pumped. Oh shit, and those are squatting. Quest accept. Alright. Quite a bit of content we have to go through now. And that's not even considering the main quest. Oh wait. Oh, we have to go down there? How do I go down there? Oh, from here. Boom. And I want to go ham tomorrow on all the stuff. There may be a lookout here. Let me quickly check. Never mind, just some peasants. You were sent by the East Aldernor Trading Company? Then there's still this chance. Permit me to appraise you of the situation. Castle is presently held by a group of criminals under the leadership of a merchant named Kageyama. We believe his demands to close off our borders, as ludicrous as the seems, are a vain attempt to eliminate what they sees as a threat from foreign businesses. If it were only him and his cohorts, I am quite confident my men and I could easily rout them on our own. The problem, however, is his bodyguard. Informants tell us he is a swordsman of great renown in the Hingan underworld. He demands exorbitant sums of money, defending his clients with seemingly inhuman display of strength and skill commensurate with the price he is paid. The task will be to contend with Kageyama and his iron blade in the heart of the castle. With all eyes focused on you, they will fail to notice my men's intrusion to rescue the hostages. It shames me to ask this of a civilian, but if we are to save those people, I can see no other way. Nice. No matter how many times you say it, you whiny little shite, I ain't about to let a bloody stranger waltz up and deign to tell me which way my bread is buttered. Now piss off. Does your Eosian stubbornness know no end? I have urgent business on that island. I demand you take me there at once. Fucking little shite. I could hear that shouting half a mile away. Lalafell gang. Yeah, well, what is all the fuss about? Oh, Miss Cryer, sorry about that. It's this here bastard what's causing trouble. Ijika, what are you doing here? Did you really think I wouldn't find out about your letter? The nerve of you trying to get a head start on your own. Well, sorry to spoil your plans. The smug face. Don't be difficult. I had every intention of requesting your assistance if and when I confirmed my hypothesis was correct. Forgive me, you must be completely at a loss. This gentleman on this right is... Wait, you already know each other, do you not? Well, as you may have guessed, Geralt will be lending his considerable expertise to our expedition. And on the left we have... Ijika Tsunjika of the students of Baldesian. You must be the so-called warrior of light. Charmed, I'm sure. I think you'll not get... I'll thank you not get underfoot. Man, Asijika, if you intend to accompany us on this expedition. Of course I do. If you think I'm about to let a by-the-book traditionalist like you conduct an independent investigation, you've got another thing coming. I should be glad to welcome the assistance of a preeminent scholar such as yourself. Oh, if you would be so kind as to stop badgering poor Geralt and board the ship, we can get underway. Jika is one of the few surviving students of Baldician. All his expertise in ethereology is impressive by any measure. Alas, so is his ego. But enough about him. We have an island to explore. If you have no matters left to attend to, speak with Rodney. He will show you about. Okay, what is this about? This is another dungeon or something? It occurs to me that no one bothered to tell you the name of the island we mean to explore, am I correct? It's a bit grandiose and melodramatic, but we tentatively named it for the place from Allegan legend. Forbidden land where fearsome weapons were hidden away for safekeeping. We call it Eureka. Or Eureka. I think that's how you pronounce it in English. Eureka Anemo is now accessible. Oh, okay. You now have access to the Forbidden Land Eureka Anemos. Anemos can be explored in parties of up to 8 players or solo. To embark on your journey to Anemos, speak with Rodney at Pier 1 in Kugane. Please be advised that all excursions into the Forbidden Land Eureka are item level synced. For Anemos, gear exceeding an item level of 300 will be adjusted. While exploring Anemos, you will have the opportunity to create Eureka gear and weapons. If you wish to do so, it would be prudent to acquire level 70 antiquated items in advance. Should you wish to know more about Eureka Anemos and what it has to offer, you may speak with Rodney for further details. Okay. This is like a whole thing. Can you do that with randoms, or do you need a designated group for that? Can do it. Oh yeah, true, I can do it solo. But where is it? It's kinda a mini MMO in itself. It'll take a couple of weeks at least to get through it all. There's people running around you can group with. Oh, you have to talk to him? Oh. Okay, no, I'm not gonna do that now though. Interesting, interesting. So this is another whole deal, huh? Damn. Alright, but I think I have everything unlocked now for now. I'm gonna do Vanderbilt like at some point, not now. And is there still maybe some in Modona? Let me check. Gonna be a lot of time once we're like in the Endwalker phase where we like completed the Endwalker content, you know, and then go back to other stuff. Eager to listen to my harp, are you? What higher praise could a minstrel ask than to have an audience, the very hero who provides inspiration for his songs? Yet I have no fresh compositions I deem fit for champions' ears. Would that I possess something more of to amuse you. I have been struck by the most wonderful idea. You shall be the author and the subject of your own creations. Yes, by weaving an epic with your own endeavors, you will find yourself casting a critical eye upon past deeds. Think of such works as muses for future growth. It's no difficult thing to pen a poem. The words will come of their own accord, I assure you. Simply envision the scene and describe the memories in faithful detail. Omit not and add not, and the truth shall remain. Reciting the finished piece should then serve to bring the past to vivid life in your mind's eye. And when you look back upon events with undistracted clarity that was hidden in chaos, may now seem blindingly clear, especially when things are uncolored by the embellishments I might bring to the story. May the recording of your sagas reward you with inspiration and insight. Oh, and do return sometime and share what you have wrought. Duty Recorder unlocked. You now have access to the Duty Recorder, allowing you to document duties for viewing within an in-room. Open the Duty Recorder interface located under Duty in the main menu and view the help text for further details on how to use this feature. The Duty Recorder is now unlocked, allowing you to document duties for viewing at a later date. Playback features include speed adjustment, focus target switching, and more. Duty recording is only allowed after several conditions have been met. First being that the recorder is enabled. Recording can be enabled from the Duty Recorder interface located under Duty in the main menu. Wait, is this like... Are you actually recording gameplay then? Oh, Flamen is not here anymore. Damn. Makes me a bit sad. Oh, this fucking guy. Okay. I guess we're good then. We have quite a bit to do. But Future Zoe has to take care of that because Count Zoe has to go to bed. I have to work tomorrow again. Feels Batman. Apparently I have to get permission from everyone else in the party to use it. Oh, okay. It's weird. Anyway guys, thank you so much for watching. Gonna be back tomorrow probably. I'm gonna drop a quick raid if someone is streaming. Patrick is doing Powerbox shader programming. Let's go. I wonder when he's gonna release this game. Anyway, I'm heading into my bed. Have a good night, guys. We talk tomorrow. Peace out. Oh, God.